Hello. How's it going? How are we doing? Happy Sunday. Uh, here's hoping this is the last time that we have to stream Silent Hill. Or at least this one. At least streaming this particular Silent Hill. What is this one? What is this bit of hair doing? Things. It's just doing things. It's fine. Yeah, here's hoping this is the last time that we have to play the Silent Hill 2 remake. We'll see though. I was hoping to be able to do a longer stream today. We still might be able to, because I've gotten all the things done that I need to get done today, which is delightful. But as per usual, my upstairs neighbors are being assholes, and it's been causing me quite a bit of anxiety. With these headphones, I can't necessarily hear them, which is great. But it still doesn't stop them from shaking the walls, which I can still feel. And it's a bit. It's quite a bit. It's a lot. But here's hoping that they stop. But we'll see. Yeah, we are in the final leg of the game, right? We're almost through the prison, I think. And then we'll get to the hotel. But I'm still, like, anticipating there to be, like, 3 to 5 hours for us to do. Just at the rate that we've been going. We'll see, though. But are y'all ready to do this? There it is. There's the game. Excuse me. My microphone is now too close. That's fine. We'll just move it away. Yeah. We're... Oh, God. Oh, God, it's so dark. Right, there's this. Can I touch this? Or does this hurt? James doesn't want to go in there because that makes his brain sore. Strange wall? I mean, that's a description for it. Yeah, maybe we're out of the prison. Whatever, we're like in that in-between spot, I think, of the prison and the hotel. We still have quite a bit to get through, but again, I'm hoping that this is the last stream. Otherwise we might have to wait until Wednesday.
Maria? Maria! I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt?
Not at all, silly.
But the thing... It stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
James? Honey? Did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything. But you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So you are Maria.
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
Doesn't matter who I am. I I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Well, if you happen to make up your mind, I'll be waiting.
I'll find some way to... I'll come back, I promise.
Wait, things. You wanna look at that, James? Please? Oh, gosh. Oh no, it's this. Okay. I was just kind of like the original one. I was just gonna wiggle it around until it seemed to do what I needed it to do. How many? Rid of all those new icons. How many of these do I have? Oh, just the one. Okay, cool. Great. Love that. That's delightful. James, what are you stuck on? Why did you go up the stairs? Okay. Well, this hasn't done anything. I mean, yes. Yes, I am suffering. How'd you know, Yosh? How's it going? How are you doing? Actually, it was Maria causing the problems this time. And now, I mean, this puzzle. Played some Among Us with another streamer and friends. Nice! Lovely. Is this the one that I just did? No. No, it is not. Here's the thing. The original version of this puzzle was not great, but it was a little more easily understood. Yeah, I redid my hair this morning because I needed to. It was one of those where, like, the blue that's in it faded out, like, completely within, like, a wash. And then the purple had finally faded out, and I was like, let's just fix that, why don't we? But thank you. I'm happy with it. Why are we... What's thudding? I can't see, game. And that makes it hard to, like, do anything. I did kind of forget that there was this, like, in-between bit. so I am a little concerned about just how much there is left to do. But like I said, I've got a ton of stuff happening tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure that I will have the energy to stream, let alone the energy to stream this tomorrow afternoon / evening. I'd like to get through it today. Oh, that's what all that noise was. Okay, don't let your toes. Get out of here, James. James, we are now out of help. James, open it. Okay, or don't. That's fine too. Can I crawl in there? Is that a crawl? That's not a crawl. Cool. Love. Oh, God. James, go. They're just yelling. It's not that big of a deal. Oh my God. Okay, where am I? Excuse me. Is there not really anything that I could go to in there? Hi, Fruity. We're gonna try and finish that hill. Here's a section that I missed. Oh my God, okay. Let's go. As we've started up, we were just saying not too long ago that, like, I forgot about this in-between spot between, like, the prison, and, oh my God, between the prison and the hotel, and I am concerned that that's gonna tack on another couple of hours. Hello? Especially since, like, I don't have any health. I don't have any more healing items. Like, we are donezo when it comes to healing items. Fuck off. Oh my God. Not you! Great, there's another one. There's another one. James, why did you shoot that many times? Why is he shooting an extra time? James, this is a problem. James, this is a big problem. This is a very extreme problem. Health? Please. Oh my God. Immediately inject this questionable syringe into your body. Do not stop. Why are you dodging? Because I hit the wrong button. But, you know. Okay. Great. Cool. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how much more we have. Because I'm kinda over it, honestly. Okay. Who's in the fridge? Why are they in the fridge? James likes to do a lot of things, including being frivolous with ammo. I don't appreciate any of the things that he does, really. Whatever. Open it. Is that Indiana Jones? That doesn't look like Indy to me. James, what are you doing? Okay. Because I store my lighter fluid in my fridge, full of rotting meat. That's my favorite. Oh, a health item. You. Okay, let's. I just don't want to be here anymore. Oh, I know where that is. Okay, I need to get out there and then take an immediate right. Do you think the hat also, like, turned into meat liquid? Meat squid. Best of luck finding it there. Don't have that. And this is where I want to go. Can I soak this in liquid? No. What is... Oh! That's what it's holding up. Okay. Can I go through here? Yes. Should I? God. Oh. I don't like the footlickers anymore. They hurt me. I can't see shit in this fucking hallway. Did I just... Oh my god. I went into a fucking circle. Okay. Well... I can go back in and then go to the right. Not happy. Oh, just kidding. It's bad over here. Yeah, it's this bad place. Why have they stopped chasing me? Like, I'm not mad about it, but I'm confused. Concerned. A little lost. Who's making that sound? Just don't want to get hit is all. I mean, we've got a little more health now, but like not enough for me to be comfortable. Look at your map. James, I need you to look at your map. Okay. Hi. Great. That's one less problem. Are there any items? I can't see. And I don't think the game understands that that just pisses me off. It's so dark. And this is with me having, like, turned the gamma up and everything. Like, I set it higher than it wanted me to because I always do, because games are too fucking dark. Just put your hand in the hole, James. Just put your hand in the hole. I know we've, like, memed on ya repeatedly in the original for just very, very quickly wanting to put your hand in weird holes. But I liked that. Please do that again. As opposed to having to make you do it. I hit the button once. Just go. Just go, bro. Oh, boy. We're having a great time. Well, that's not exactly nice. Let's just keep going. Oh, hi. I can't be fucked to fight them and save ammo at this point. I mean, like, we've got plenty, you know? This is kind of the situation that we were saving them for. Is when we get tired of doing any and all of the fighting and we just want to be done, you know? Can I unlock this? Yes. I mean, this is the way that we get out, but it's nice to have that ready to go. Oh my gosh. Okay.
What the hell?
Try? Yeah, you need to be done, ma'am. Just for good measure. Yay, more health! Oh, James, is this your office? Is this where you work? What is this? Just a key. Does that unlock that circle the door on the top right? Okay. It is an iron key, you're correct. I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. Basically just need to run. I just need to follow the corridor after going through here. Okay. Whoop. There we go. No, it's important to make the distinction. You got him. Iron key. Great. Soup. Oh, are we putting our hand in there? Do we want to? Yeah, that didn't seem like the greatest idea, but you know. Let's just put our hand in the bubbling bath stew. That's fine. Hold on. What is behind me? Nothing. Oh my god, James, please. Get all the water. Grab that now. And then let's go back to the suspended cage. Hello? Sorry, he was like looking at something and I got a little concerned. Combine that with that with that. Now I have a lighter. Now I can use it on this. Whoops. Can we jump in hole? James, you want to jump in hole? So we can jump in hole. Just trying to make sure that there's like nothing else to do. Alright, I have my windows open and it's really windy out. Which is great. Because that means it's cool. But, James in hole! James in hole! James in hole! Goodness gracious. Yeah, I've got the windows open, but it's like super windy, so the blinds in the living room keep making terrifying noises. Mostly it just keeps sounding like Farley is causing trouble. He is not in here, so, you know, it's, completely possible. Oh, we're just back here now. Okay. Maria! Do you have anything else to say? Do I care? Being kind of a freak. Sounds of movement. Does this go anywhere now? No. Cool. Cool. Love that for me. I think I was saying, like, as much as, like, the original puzzle is kind of annoying, you can very easily figure out, like, well, not very easily, but you can, like, figure out, like, which sides you need. It's just hard to see, like, where it's all lined up and stuff. This one's just being... like, I can see which ones need to be lined up, but I don't know how to fucking make that happen. I don't know which ones I need. Like, which one I need. Clearly not this one. And it wasn't the last one. Just making triply sure. Not here. Can't climb that. And it wasn't that one, right? Was it? Right? Or was it? No, this one went down. There was nothing down there, right? Right? Yeah. Okay. At least the other one you could see, like, oh, like these, I need these two doors to line up. Just a matter of wiggling it around until it happens. This is like, there are too many different doors. And I know that they've all got, like, their little symbols on them, but that doesn't fucking help me. This means nothing to me. Okay. But yeah, it's like, of all the puzzles to keep and then to make even more convoluted. Freaking. coming at me. Harley, stop. No. No, that's a bad plan. Fuck off, not you. That's the same thing, but they removed the. You can kind of intuitively tell what the solved version would look like. Yeah, exactly. It's like. Oh, is this one of the hallways where you can chase me? Yeah, it's just. It's a lot. Is what it is. Are you reloaded? Are you reloaded? Great. Still don't plan on using those. Still don't plan on using like the shotgun and the rifle unless it's for boss fights. Just like to make sure that everything is reloaded at all times. I don't mind the wandering bit. It's just the fact that it's being as rude about everything as it is. It's just kind of rude. Excuse me. Yes. The health. It is at least giving me health, which it so rudely took from me from the, God, was it the Abstract Daddy fight that, like, ate up all of our health? Come here. Is that just a hole? Okay, it's just a hole. Fuck off. Not the mannequin ambushes, please. Anything but those. But also, yes, this is one of the places where you can run into a pyramid head, I think. Yep. Yep, there he is. Again, this is just, I'm just basing this on what I know from the original. Right. Just wants to tell me I'm a bad man, and I do understand that, and it's true. James is horrible. You're gonna jump on my head, you're gonna jump on my head, you're gonna jump on my head. Oh, I knew because I heard you. No thanks to the radio. Is that where I came from? Fuck off! God. This is not where I came from. So we will be going in the hole. In the hole. Running footsteps receding. I didn't hear that. It's just mannequins. Okay. Give me that. Hello? Look at this unlock. Okay, whatever. Just sneeze again. Excuse me. It was always just mannequins. Oops, all mannequins. Look over here. That. Okay. Thank you for the blessings. I will keep in mind that they do not stack. Listen, I mean, it's always that time of year for me where my allergies are just like, fuck you. But especially this time of year. Plus, I was cleaning this morning. I did a bunch of cleaning, so like, just dust everywhere. James, I shouldn't have to tell you how to turn this. You should just do it. Okay. Gross. Okay, there. It's like, I'm not entirely sure where I need to pull this. Oh, you don't rotate it, do you, James? It's like, no, only in it, I can only keep it in this orientation. Whatever, buddy. Grab that. More hole. Okay. Let's go. James, I'm gonna need you to hustle, buddy. Open that. Are you just gonna make the noises the Pyramid Head is around, but not actually, like, have me be able to run into him? I like that sound only marginally worked. No items. Gotta get some bolt cutters. Classic horror game item is bolt cutters. Cats are going crazy. Okay. Oh, nope, there he is. Okay, you do come across him. That's cool. Can I go up here? James, do you want to go up here faster, please? We don't really have the health items to spare if the man hits us. Is the thing. And I would prefer not to have to deal with that. You know? These fucking drawers. I'm glad they didn't just, like, tease the sound. I'm glad you can run into them down there. Because it's like, one of the bits that, like, I think, like, that, like, consistently, like, gets me when I play the original. But he also just kind of shows up. And you sort of just run into him, and it's like, oh, hi, hello. And I think that's neat. Excuse me. Oh my god. No, I want to know what the... Whatever. I just wanted to know what this area looked like below me, but James says, nah, no map for you. Please open. What do you mean, find his room? Sorry, I got an achievement. Apparently, this is Pyramid Head's room. Is there anything in here? Just some suspended ladies. Oh shit, hold on. James? Wait. Hi! I mean, you could hit me through those. It's just a normal room in the other world. It doesn't even have a bed. Does he have a room in the original, though? Look, he's hidden all of his collectibles and his posters because he's afraid that James is gonna steal them. I didn't think so either, but like... I can't definitively say, because I do remember like finding like a weird room, but it's been a bit since like I've gotten to this part of the game. Stop it. Oh, that's why I got hit. I understand. Reload, Jameson. Okay, we'll just did get an achievement for that though. Only 5.5% of players have gotten this achievement. Okay. Whatever. Still kind of laughing over the fact that only like 6% of Steam players who own this game have gotten past Abstract Daddy. Yeah, and like I'm still trying to like take into consideration the fact that like it's not been out like the regular release, the actual date of release. It hasn't been like a full week yet. And you know, there's loads of people who don't necessarily have time to just sit down and just binge play it. Some people will get there. I will be curious to see how that changes in the next like couple of weeks though. Where am I? Yeah. It will be interesting to see. Where... people who got the game early invested more heavily for that time and had more incentive to finish the game. Be expected to up over time. I guess, like, my question is, like, how many people actually allowed themselves to get scammed? I mean, ordered the deluxe edition. enough, obviously, for there to be like a shit ton of content for it coming out over the weekend, like last weekend, but yeah, I imagine that like most of who like bought it were try hard streamers. Not that they are trying hard to be streamers, but that brand of folk. But also, what do I know? Okay, where is that gate? What am I missing? Is it up? Wires. It is up. Okay. I need to go... How do I get there? I have to go back down. I have to go back down. And then go to the ladder that's marked 3. Okay. Where? Down this hallway. Wait, James, shut up. I need him to stop whining about being hurt. Shut up, James. You're fine. And then... need to follow the hall and then take an immediate right. And left. Right? Yeah, okay. Immediate right. Followed by a left. Okay. I kind of know where I'm going. Only just. But that's enough. Is this correct? Yes. There was probably an easier way to get here, but fuck if I could figure it out. Get away from me. Okay, I should have just gone the other way, but that's fine. What's happening? I don't know what's going on, but it's fine. Why am I here? Hold on. Was this not... I need to go back there. Oh my god, no. I need to go to... I need to go to 5 or 6. How do I get there? I'm at 4. How the fuck do I get there? Oh god, I see how. I need to go back to where I was. And I need to do a bunch of running through some hallways. This is so annoying. Get it too easily. Kinda, yeah. I need to go back down. And then go back the exact same way that I came. I love this. This is my favorite. Why? That's correct. Well, this isn't exactly how I wanted to go, but... How did I get here? Hold on. Huh? Whatever. Whatever. I can get there from here. Oh! Choo!
Hi, Yuchu is raiding with a party of 10. Kaysh and the gang welcome you.
I just wanna get to this ladder before I get lost, but hello, welcome friends! How are you doing? You were doing some more Miss Puffles. Thank you for the follow. You were playing more Deathmark 2, weren't you? How's it going? How's the wedding planning? Let me get a shout out for you though. Hold on. Why is this being weird? Welcome in all. We are playing some Silent Hill. Let me pop over here real quick. Hello, welcome. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kayshurrr. You can call me Kaysh. I'm a queer horror and mystery game streamer. We like to play spooky things here. I use they them pronouns. This is it's a place. We're here. Things are happening. Yeah, we're playing the new Silent Hill, the remake for 2. Just as a general heads up to everyone, my opinion of it is not particularly high. So there is going to be a lot of complaining happening. Preemptive apologies. But yeah, because I play horror games, I do like to offer content warnings for everything that we play. If you ever need those, !CW will pull those up in chat. Otherwise, they do come up on a timer pretty regularly. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups. Yeah, we are nearing the end. I say nearing the end. We've still probably got like 4 or 5 hours left of this incredibly long video game. But we're doing it. We sure are doing it. You got to chapter 5, you're not ready to be married, but also why is the game hornier than the first? You had to break out your censorship pillow. It's listen. The Departed knows what it wants. Knows what it wants to get. And make sure everything follows around. It is, but it's pretty horny. But it's not. I found it to be less horny than the technical second game. The other, what was it, NG or whatever. I found it to be a little less horny than that one. And definitely better translated. But no, I hope that it's been going well. I hope you've been enjoying it. It's a good dang game. Deathmark 2 was good. Find this one to be hornier, but can agree on the translation being smoother. fair enough. I didn't like NG as much as I liked the other two. But you know, I've tried to get through it again a couple of times just to be like, maybe my opinion will change, and I just haven't. I just can't do it, and a lot of it comes down to like translation issues. Um, but yeah, welcome in everyone. For those of you who've come in the raid, if you need to raid and run, that goes for Chew and all of your friends that you've brought along. If y'all need to raid and run, fully understand that. It's really important to me that you take care of your dang self. So if you need to go get some food, get some water, do a stretch, stop looking at a screen for a little while, totally fully understand that. I will be here for a good long while. We are like I said, we've probably got like 4 hours or so left of the game, and I am trying really hard to get through it today. Because I'm kind of ready to just be done with the remake as a whole. But yeah. Again, thank you, Chew, for the raid. I really appreciate it, and for those of you sticking around, I hope you have a good time. But yeah. NG was enjoyable, but you love the characters in Deathmark more. I just listen. I like the characters in Deathmark way more, and I just thought the when I got into NG, I thought the first one, I thought Deathmark was done better as a whole. I don't know. I keep telling myself I'm gonna get through it again and try really hard to actually finish it out. And if I do, maybe my opinion will change. But it was rough going. It was rough for me, at least. Speaking of rough, I think I'm done navigating these hallways, getting lost pretty consistently. Is it 4 or is it 5 or 6 that I need to go through? Hey, can't put machine in my head. He's an ex-cop, right? I mean, he's still a bastard, just generally, but hold on, sorry, which ladder am I trying to go through? Either one. It doesn't seem... Well, no, it does actually seem like it matters. I need to go through... No, it doesn't actually matter. Because I can go through the wall there. But 6 would be easier. So I need to go... But I can't get there. Or can I? Oh, James, the way you mark your map is infuriating. Okay, this is fine. We'll figure it out. I'd smooch Mashida. Not as much as I would smooch. Oh, here's Pyramid Head. Not as much as I would smooch Damon, but you know, that's just me. Where is he? Damon Mashida, I got 2 hands, right? Exactly. Where is he? Come say hello. Oh. What is making that noise? Well, I was hoping that I could show everyone the boy. There's only one thing these men want, and it's main characters flat but a feeling cake. Is he just not coming around? Who's growling over there? Who's making horrible lizard noises? Okay, I can't be bothered to just stand around anymore. So let's make sure we're running in the correct direction. I guess it really doesn't matter though, does it? Whoop, hello. Oh, That's who's making the horrible noise. Stop vomiting on me. Absolute freaks. Excuse? Where am I? Okay. Okay, I actually went the right way. Look at me go. Wire cutters. Wires being cut. There wasn't actually a sound there. Game? I don't know why this area in particular keeps on having sounds. Oh! Oh, wait! There he is! Oh. Where are you going? Away. That was pretty alright. I thought that was cool. Okay, where am I? More help. You love to see it. They have... I will say, they've done a pretty solid job with, like, the pyramid head scares and the, like, James, get in the hole. In the hole. In the hole. Please. Just, like, some pretty effective stuff with Pyramid Head, showing up generally. Pretty alright. Okay, no more. Wait, actually... They did do right by the boy. Is that how I know which one to do? No, because that's the one that I'm on. No. The devs were like, we can't fuck up Pyramid Head. The rest? Free game. Honestly, though, it is... I say that I'm not enjoying it, and that's true. But, like, there have been things that they've done well, and I've tried to, like, praise those parts. The way that they've adjusted the boss fights for the new horrible combat system that they've implemented into this. New boss fights have been wonderful. I've really liked that. The game looks great. But again, that was kind of to be expected. That's, if nothing else, Blooper has consistently had a great track record with their games looking great. The atmosphere being pretty solid, all that. Cool. That's cool. Akira Yamaoka came back and, like, redid all the original tracks for the game. So the soundtrack is amazing. He's added some new music. It's cool. It's solid. We're here for it. But there's been so many, like, really questionable dialogue changes. A lot of the padding that they've added to, like, increase the playtime has been weird. It's been weird and really frustrating at times. And, like, I, like, went on, like, a whole spiel about it yesterday, but it's just, like, the TLDR of it is that, like, especially with horror games, having them be incredibly long tends to be incredibly detrimental, because, like, the fear factor of, like, being in a space starts wearing off, after, like, so many hours of doing the same thing over and over again. And so, like, it's almost better when horror games are on the shorter side. I mean, Silent Hill 2, like, the original, not a particularly short game, but also, like, it's got its story. It tells what it wants to tell, gets it done, and says, okay, let's go. Okay, great, items. Pick it up, James. James! I don't don't know. There are a lot of things that they've done that is just sort of like, it's not necessarily outright like this is shit, but it does just kind of make you like sit there and be like, well, why did you make that choice? You know? Like, why was that what you landed on? And there are enough of those why did you do that it kind of like, okay, this is useless now. That it does sort of end up becoming this like, well, it's not really good though, is it? Because there's just have a lot of questions and no real explanation for why those choices were made. Okay, I am gonna try and find the symbol that's on that wall, which is like upside down triangle with the little cross at the bottom, right? Is that it? No, that's the... I don't know what that symbol is. Don't think it's a mash. Someone looked at Silent 2 and said, this is a game about haunted mannequins, and I will not be convinced otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. But isn't this the one that I just did? No. Okay. Okay, so it is whatever symbol you can see on the wall. However, granted I didn't look, but it wasn't particularly clear that that's how you figured it out. Is this right? Okay, well, before we go down the long corridor... JK! We go down the long corridor. Yeah, I'm still... Are we getting chased? Thanks, Blooper, for being Blooper. Okay. Long door. Is that anything like long legs? Makia tea. I 100% read that as mannequin tea. Hi. This game is about mannequins. Look, I'm gonna beat these guys a bunch, but they're still gonna get up. They're gonna get up later, and I'm gonna be really annoyed about it, because it'd be like, hey, but I smashed those guys. Well, now James isn't letting me. There we go. Just take out some mental aggression out on these corpses. You know, like you do. Was there a point to that? Okay. Door? Nope. Door. Again, forcing me into combat that I would like to not do. Corridor being destroyed. I'm gonna get to the end of one of these corridors, and then I'm gonna have to turn around, and then they're gonna change it behind me. They're gonna layers of fear me. in a direction that, like, makes sense. Nope, okay. Okay, cool. Cool. James, I need you to load, bud. Oh my god. Okay, I just fully missed that one, but that's okay. Get the fuck down. I did it. Are there things around here? Okay, well there's the door they want me to go through. James, you're fine. Drink your juice. Stop whining. I did it. Look at me go. Can you go in here? No, of course not. Of course not. Alright, let's go through another hallway that's gonna slowly get destroyed. Well, I say slowly. Do it! Oh no! Not the Victorian orphan cat! Tell the kitties I love them, and happy dinner ring. Thank you for the lurk, and thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Not you! Oh my god, there's a boy on the ground. Always extra love for the kitty cats. We love the babies. Grab that. Thank you. We're gonna get through it. One way or another. Please, James, open the box. What's in the box? Oh my god. Cool, there's a mannequin right there. Or I thought there was. Maybe I'm just imagining mannequins at this point. Can I do something about the boy on the ground? Or is he just there? Rudy, I was about to throw hands and then I realized you were talking about James. And I was like, oh, yep, nope, that's fair. She in the trunk. Maybe she's in the trunk, like in a box in the trunk. Have you considered? I'm ticking increasingly. Okay, but do I have to like... Oh, I can hit him? That seems incorrect. Is it done? Okay, is it actually timed? Or do I have to kill a certain number of enemies? I have questions. Because when you say timer ticking increasingly, that makes it sound like I'm supposed to just wait it out. Which, I know some people are going to argue with me and be like, oh, but that means you don't actually have to engage in combat. But I do, is the thing. Because I'm trapped in a room with a bunch of enemies that will whittle away my health if I don't take care of them. You see? You understand? You see the plight I am faced with. Get me the fuck out of here. Let's do a save. Let me do a save. Okay. Come watched a bit of someone else playing and they were struggling to run away from the nurses. That's because the nurses are fast as fuck. Oh! It's the boy! Oh! Oh, I just go through. Okay. I can't see. How can you see? James. Okay. Got you on a straight, and even if you make distance on them, they'll never de-aggro. Yeah, they just say, "Nope, I've spotted you. You are my target now," and then they don't stop.
Marie?
There we go. Gone splotchy. It's just a little bit of eczema. Okay, we'll just get her some topical steroid cream. And
What the hell?
we'll call it good. I mean, this is what I would want to do for this puzzle. Can I have that? Are you giving me? Can you get the knife in your first playthrough in the original? I thought it was a New Game Plus only, but I could be wrong. James. Well, he's not swinging it, so never mind. James is now King of England. Oh, are we just dropping it? Why? Maybe that's the weird room that I'm thinking of. Or that I was thinking of earlier. Okay, actually do drop it, James, because I would like to save. No! Drop it there. Okay, well, it's not particularly helpful anyway, because like I said, he won't swing it. It's just kind of... Look! I'm Claude Striff. I've got my Buster Sword. Where are you going, James? Oh my god, hold on. Where is he going? You get in a labyrinth and it would be important because it takes 5 minutes to do so. I mean, like, I remembered it took, like, a million years for him to, like, actually do anything, but I think it, like, one hit kills most things. So if you can time it just right. James, I need you to just walk forward. God. Nope, we're just gonna keep going side to side. One hit kills everything but bosses and really hurts the bosses. Okay, yeah. Okay, put it down. I don't want it. I don't want it. Fuck it. Oh my god, moving around with that thing is miserable. Okay, is it hotel time? Finally? Please. Also, once we get through Labyrinth, we will do a quick break because I need to use the bathroom. And, the felon drink one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. We'll take a quick break so I can go to the bathroom, and then I'll restart the game as well, since it's been open for almost an hour and a half. Look! Look! It's holes! One more hole for junk to jump into. Please look at it. Miriam K. Traitor. Hit hole. Also, there are items around here, and I would like to get all of those. Angela Orozco. We haven't seen Eddie. Eddie Dombrowski. Like, we haven't done his fight yet. Is his fight post-Labyrinth? I thought it was in the prison. I was gonna, like, make a comment about it earlier and then just, like, didn't. But... you think it's in the Labyrinth? Okay, that's probably, like, what we're doing next, then. I think I tend to just combine the Labyrinth with the prison, and then I'm always surprised when the Labyrinth happens. And with the original game. Because they kind of just blend together. Not a real fan. I'm a bad fan. Similar vibe, yeah. Well, and, like, with Eddie's fight, because it's in that, like, meat locker, I just assume that that's, that is in the prison. Labyrinth is really quick normally. I mean, like, there's definitely, like, a bit to get through, but it's not, yeah, it's not that huge of a section. It's buzzing.
Couldn't leave well enough alone, huh? You just had to follow me all the way out here. How many times do I have to kill you?
Eddie? Whoa, Eddie. It's me.
Oh. Hi, James.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What's it look like I'm doing? You fat, disgusting piece of shit, you make me sick. You gonna cry, fat ass? You gonna run to your mama? Waste of skin, why don't you just kill yourself? Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh!
Eddie.
What's that? You want to talk down to me some more? Tell me to relax? You're just like the rest of them, James.
No, I don't want...
Shut up! You think I'm stupid. You think I don't see it. But you've been laughing at me all along. Ever since we first met. But you ain't laughing now, are you?
Sorry. Jesus.
You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people, don't you know that? Well, you're about to find out.
First off, hi, Saimu. Secondly, man got popped. Oh my god, James, I didn't know you had it in you. Also, is this just the same guy over and over again? It does appear to be the same guy over and over again. Poor guy. Oh. Jesus Christ. Yeah, let's rifle up. I know I said we were gonna take a break, but let's just do Eddie's fight. Eddie.
You know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on? Just because of the way you look? Yeah, I ran away after I killed that dog. But you know what? It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts up. Finally died all curled up in a ball.
And this is when we all collectively decided
I
that Eddie
shot
was
him
a
too,
piece
right in
of
the
shit.
leg. He cried more than the dog.
Where are you, Eddie?
Now it's your turn, James. Who's laughing now?
Ow!
There you are. I can see you.
No, you can't. This is how we're gonna do this. Because it's too fucking dark.
Come on, James, don't be shy.
He's got such good eyes. It's horrible. Oh!
I can see.
Meat kind of goes away after a while. Makes sense. Whoop. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay.
There you are.
There we go.
You die here, James.
Okay, I take it back. Not all the boss fights have been made better.
Little girl. And then you'll just curl up and die. And it's gonna
So
feel
dark.
great.
Hold on.
Just like before.
I That didn't help.
You know I'll find you. I'm coming for you.
Fucking do it.
Who's laughing now?
Let me tell ya, the directional sound also not particularly helpful.
Come on, James, don't be shy. Who's laughing now?
Game, I don't know where the fuck he is. This is
I'm
garbage.
coming for you.
Oh my god. Are we done? Oh, we're not done. Okay, cool.
This is it, James.
Use the syringe, James. I'm stuck on the end. This is awful. James, aim. Are you shitting me?
This is it, James.
This is garbage. Okay, we're gonna quit for a minute so I can go pee. And then we're gonna try and beat this. But this is trash. So I will be right back. And then we're gonna do a murder. And it's gonna be lovely.
It's a good thing for you. I laugh a lot, and also I have no idea what I'm saying half the time, so I have to pause and go.
different. They're headless. They have no heads. Oh, that boy is coming. Excuse? Excuse? No disappearing. We have broken Emmy.
I'm not!
It's time to go to bed. Oh no.
I'm not okay with this. Yeah.
Well, there's no screen. That doesn't make it a problem. What is it then? Are you telling me you don't want to match with me?
Oh no.
It's matching? Then I definitely don't want to wear it. I believe fighting is bad, so let's stop. Peeking. Things are heating up something fierce. When's everyone gonna come? I hope they come soon. And as she said that, Ibuki peeked out the window.
Oh.
Hmm? What is it? Alright. Oh, jeez! It's very loud. Picked up a sword shard. Hang on, I'm gonna turn this down just a smidge. Because that is very loud. Just trying to find these animal children to hang out. I don't see any problems with that. Jesus fucking piss off!
The laugh, not the voice, but also the voice.
No! No! Fuck!
Miyako, why? How even?
I am going to murder this woman! Holy shit!
Jones isn't feeling it.
Hello?
Hello.
My name is Mr. Bear Bear.
Hello, Mr. Bear Bear. I'm Frank.
Hello, Frank. Hey, Frank, you're kind of cute.
Are you coming on to me?
Yes. Oh my god, I need to stop.
In the sweet
I forgot how uncomfy the opening is.
and lo, if the prophet had struck down our enemies at wounded knee, and not railed against the sodden beneath us, is it someone new, someone from the sodden below, newly come to Columbia to be watered clean?
Oh god, you're so close.
Our founders and our Lord.
Just need passage into the city.
Are you upset by the amount of tooth plug happening? Well, you gotta get over it. Toot.
We're just doing our job.
Then do it clearly and quickly. Yeah, I'm really starting to lose my patience.
That's an actual camera angle in Kingdom Hearts. That's crazy. Zoomed into Sora's fucking forehead.
I am. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm not happy about this. And again, I don't want to say I had like high hopes because that's not correct. But I had, like, you know, had hope that the boss fight would be fine. Honestly, I didn't have too much issue with, like, the boss fight in the original. It was fine. You could see. Sometimes you could even get Eddie stuck on things and then just shoot him till he died fully and he didn't have phases because he's a man. This is a mortal man and he is taking how many shotgun shots to the face? Fuck off, Eddie. Oh my god.
Relax.
No, it was in like a freezer. Oh cool, I'm already fucking dead. Yes, game, I know I died. I am aware. Just low. You have one job right now, game, and it's to let me kill Eddie.
There you are.
Are you gonna come here? Come here. Right in the dick.
Come on, James. Don't be shy. You'll die here, James.
I've already done it a few times, Eddie.
You'll cry like a little girl. And then you'll just curl up and die. And it's gonna feel great.
Uh-huh, okay.
Just like before. I can see you. I'm coming for you.
I'm not entirely sure if he gets iframes or not, and if he does, I'm gonna be pissed about it.
I'm coming for you.
Game, I can't see.
Come on, James. Don't be shy.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm coming for you.
Heal, James!
I'll kill you, James!
I'm sorry, this is a literal man. If I am shooting with him with a shotgun, he needs to stagger.
This is it, James!
Fuck you, Eddie. And fuck Blooper for thinking this was a good idea. Sorry, I don't like getting tilted like that. But fuck that fight. James, you're a coward. How do I get out of here? How do I leave? James, shut up. You're fine. Yeah, not even allowed to stomp him, which feels incorrect. I'm sorry. I should be allowed to just fucking pulverize his body. Just turn him into a mash. Get me the fuck out of there. That was garbage. And it's so frustrating because the other boss fights have been so good that, like, that just stands out as being even more trash than it is. Oh my god. Look, you could do what they did in the original, which was literally just have all of the smoke and stuff, like all of the cold air just be on the ground. And it's still hard to see past all of the, like, whatever the fucks. The meat. That was awful. I swear to God, if there is a rowing minigame. Oh my God. Ugh. Nope, not that far. I don't have to turn the lights right there. I know you had to do this in, like, in the original, and I was kind of hoping that they would do away with it. Especially since I don't actually have to navigate anywhere. Like, in the original, you did have to kind of, like, orient yourself and try and find where the light was coming from, but they just kind of start you in the direction of the light. Oh, oh. Nope, wrong way, James. That's also the wrong way. Whatever. I don't care. Wow, this is serving a lot of purpose to this video game. It's like, the rowing was annoying in the original, but it wasn't, like, immediately after a really irritating boss fight that, like, made you want to throw yourself off a cliff. And I didn't even have to row all the way there, so what the fuck was the point? No, in the original, it was definitely, like, a nice way to kind of break it up, but this, like... What was the point of this? Whatever. It's fine. Is there anything down here? Are there any bits that I can have? Well, there's the garden map. That's helpful. You're gonna make me go through all this nonsense, huh? Lakeview Boat Rentals! Spend unforgettable moments on Toluca Lake. These waters will bring you peace. $15 for a day. Oh, can't read that one. Okay. Got it. Oh, can't read that either. Okay. Get me out of here. Actually, oh, nope, never mind. That whole staircase is just not allowed. Is there a point? What? Oh, I guess I have, like... They've added extra stuff to the outside of the hotel. Isn't that lovely? Don't we love that? I'm sorry, that Eddie fight has just put me in like a real shit
This place
mood.
hasn't changed at all in 3 years.
I like that all the achievements I'm getting like now are all like bordered in gold because fucking nobody's done it. That's a fish. Sure is fish out. Are there like any items that I can have? Fish did have light bulb. Do you think they're gonna put light bulb in a can? Oh, same hat, Fruity and I. If they got rid of canned light bulb, I will actually riot. And scream. This section of the garden is closed for maintenance. Sorry for the inconvenience. It was just infuriating. Like, it's already annoying enough that they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this literal man, just not die. But also, he's gonna be a 3-part boss. James, why have you taken that? James, I know we're like in like, you know, horror game territory where we pick up like weird random shit, but like, why? As the cold draws near, they abandon their old nests to return in time. Okay, whatever that means. If they got rid of light bulb and can, what's even the point anymore? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like rotten apple core with shoe dirt. Perfect. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Okay, special places spark fires that warm our hearts forever. Barf. Give me a map.
Our room.
Waiting for you.
Mary.
Did she write that in all of them? Is the real question. Because otherwise, how'd she know that was gonna be the one that I picked up? Mr. James Sunderland, regarding the videotape you left in your room during your last stay, I'm glad to inform you that we have recovered the item and moved it to the employee section on the first floor. The tape is stored within the hotel safe to be returned to you at your earliest convenience. Great, thanks. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Okay. Ornamental key. Oh no. Oh no. Don't make James eat the rotten apple. That's yucky. I know he's been here a while without food. But ucky. Laura? Is that you? What's this? Brahms, you say? Also, are we gonna have to get the fish key for the horrible, excuse you.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did. I guess I deserved it, huh? The fart face that I am.
Maybe. Then again, maybe you're not so bad. Just annoying.
No, he's bad.
So, you got any other things planned? I think I saw a dark room back there you could lock me up in.
No. I think you've had enough. For now.
Well, that's reassuring.
Besides, I need your help finding Mary. She's here. Isn't she? Come on, tell me.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
Wait. So there really is a letter?
Oh. Yeah. Want to read it? Just don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She's our nurse. I, took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please, give him a chance. It's true, he can be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much. But underneath, he's a really sweet person. I love you, Laura. I love you like my very own daughter. I wish things were different. I wish we could be happy together, like we talked about. Even so, I know you will have a good life. You're a strong, smart, beautiful girl. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend, Mary.
Laura. How old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
That means Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. She also talked a lot about you, you know? She even...
What? What is it?
Well, it kind of was his other letter. I think the one was for you. The envelope had your name on it.
Did you read it?
I wanted to. This one time, I almost did. Figured you didn't deserve to have it. But then I thought, Mary wouldn't want me to keep it from you. So I just sort of kept it for you. Here.
It's empty. Laura, there's nothing in it.
What? But I didn't take it. I swear.
Well, where is it then?
I must have lost it. I gotta find it.
Laura!
That is a dog. I forgot what we were talking about before all that happened, but it's fine, I suppose. Okay. Well. God, her flashlight's shit.
Laura!
I'm sure she's fine. Can I break these? Kinda. Yeah, I like other Laura better. You know, the one that fucking hated James for incredibly valid reasons. Such as, he's a bad man? Get up. I'm also a fan of when people hate James. Kinda nice. Kind of refreshing. Let's just break this hotel. What's this? Remember that strange book you found earlier? Some very odd-looking man came in a few hours back, claimed it belonged to him. Honestly, I didn't feel like arguing. I wanted to be through with him as soon as I could, so I gave it to him. I'm not sure how he even knew it was here. I don't think he was ever a guest here. I would have remembered. Can't get it out of my head. Okay. Laura? Where have we been? Say there was a door there? No. James, can you mark that door off, please? Because I definitely touched it. Right, that's the front of place. What other... Just get rid of some new markers. We have 312 and 102. .102 is that hallway, but what's down here? Do you think that they're gonna be, like, super boring and obnoxious and, put some abstract daddies in these hallways later on? Because I'm not gonna be happy if they do. I didn't necessarily like that in the original. Definitely wouldn't like it here. Note to staff, be sure to clean up the fireplace in the conference room. Okay. Cool message, bro. Great. What a great room. Wonderful, perfect room. I feel like it's just, or it's gonna be just 3 regular enemy types for the whole game. I mean, at this point, I kind of hope so. Just because I don't want to have to deal with abstract daddies here. With my luck, it's just gonna be mannequins. Just exclusively mannequins. Boss fights feel too separate from the regular gameplay. I would agree with that, yeah. Why did it make that noise? What a great room. It does look like there was like a closet or something in this room. Or in this room. Okay, can't open that. Understood. Okay, so let's go back to the hallway with all the rooms. And let's see if we can find Laura. Unless I go upstairs first. What if I go upstairs first? What if we stop trying to find Laura? And, sorry, again, I can, like, hear the curtains in the other room doing things. Yeah, don't have the key for that. I figure, excuse me, that, I can't get into anything up here, but I just wanted to double check. You know, just make sure before I continue on with what they want me to do. We went in there. Can't break that, apparently. Hi. Fancy seeing you here. Get down. Okay. Fuck off! Excuse you. Game I can't see. Ugh. Okay, great. I am trying to get items again. Like, I'm not so much worried about, maps, please. There we go. Not so much worried about ammo and the like. 'Cause we're fine on it. But I am worried about health items. We're doing okay on them for right now, but do have the tendency to get through them. So, you know. Nothing there, of course. So why would there be anything there? And I saw that crawl space, but we're ignoring it for the moment. I can get this health drink that I definitely knew was there. Well. Okay. Of course, there's nothing there. Go ahead and unlock this. I could crawl out into the hallway, or consider I can just walk out into the hallway. Why is the music going crazy? Why does it sound like there's thunder? Got that picture? How many of these are there? Aftermath. Are they... Like, when I first started picking those up, I thought they were for, like, a combination or something. But I'm now realizing that they're probably, like... Excuse you? Hi! They're probably, like... telling James's story or some stupid shit like that. Or... Yeah, I mean... Yes. Investigate. Whatever. I don't... I say that like it matters. And I don't. Or it doesn't. I don't care, is what I was trying to say. And it does not matter. Bad at words right now. What else do we have? Utility room in 107. I know I've got the key for whatever room it is on the north side of the hotel, but I want to check all these rooms first. I don't have that key. Anyone in here? Nope, okay. What's this? Hedera helix seems to have some kind of pest separate from the rest of the plants or they'll die. Okay, why did Sunrise wing key? Okay. Why was my radio going funny? I mean, we need to get that Hedera helix, right? And kill some plants? Is what you would imagine is gonna happen. Okay, so I don't have the key for the 107. Can I go out here? I can unlock this. Unlock James. We have been here. So... That's nice. Is the gate locked? Excuse me. Because there's, like, plants on it? Or is it... No, it's chained. Okay. Sometimes you just need to remind yourself. Done. James. I know I keep saying it, buddy. Your flashlight sucks. Excuse me. Gunky. Because I'm nosy, I am just gonna check, like, that achievement about, like, killing enemies by stomps and shooting enemies with ranged weapons. Okay. That's all I wanted to check. Looks like we're pretty close for both. In loving memory of Sean Mitchell, the family regrets to inform you of his passing. Funeral service will be held at the St. Stella Church in Southvale, intersection of Nathan Avenue and Neely Street, at 11 a.m. Following the service, we will hold a small reception at Sean's family home. Ugh. Okay. Rip, Sean. Sorry, buddy. Open it, James. Oh, okay. Wait. Cool. Love that there was, like, basically nothing in that room. That's neat. 102, please. That. Give me that. Give me that. Have I reloaded everything? I have. Great. Okay, so what did I get in here? I mean, just supplies, which, like, I'm not mad about. But wasn't exactly ultra helpful. Again, that's not correct, but, I thought we were going to get, like, a key item from there. But let's go ahead and unlock this door. Yeah? Can't make horrible wiggly noises at me? And, like, not throw something at me. Okay, is there anything else in the cloakroom, though? Was this open? No. So what's open? Okay. Spooked me a little bit, but, you know, I thought an enemy was jumping out at me. Nurse's office. I'll wait. Give me just a second. So far, all those look like regular mannequins, and not the oops all leg mannequins. But, hi! Where did you come from? At this point, I don't give a shit. I think I'm just gonna shoot all of the basic enemies. Just fuck them. It'd be great if James, like, shot when I asked him to. Oh, wait, I remember why we need the apples. Didn't realize we were gonna be doing that puzzle again, but hey. It's fine, I suppose. Can I open it? There is no door to open. Understood. Yeah, hold on a second. I only need to finish 2 more enemies off with stomps to get that achievement. Ma'am! I need like 20 or something for guns, but you know, it's out of like, how many do I actually need? Yeah, 19. Not a 75. Medical record patient, MSS. Mary Sunderland, you say? Anything? Nope. Okay. Cool. There. Oh, there's a rink right there. Let's go ahead and unlock that. I see you. Bro. James, you're standing above her. Just do a stomp. Come on, guy. Anyone else? James, Can you just open the drawer? I keep mentioning it, and I'm going to continue to mention it. I hate the fact that you have to, like, look at the interactables, like, in a specific way in order to, like, actually pick them up. It's really frustrating, especially when it's like, I'm standing right in front of it. James should just interact with it. Please. Also, I am noticing that we are getting a little bit of stuttering, but stream seems to be fine. If it gets... I killed you! Stay the fuck down. If stream starts getting... or starts having issues or anything and I'm not noticing, please let me know. Stuttering in game doesn't seem that bad at the moment, but like, I just noticed it. Is what I'm saying. It was noticed, and shouldn't be happening. Oh, and now I'm disconnected from chat. But now I'm connected back to chat, so maybe... I don't know. We'll see. Again, we'll keep an eye on it. You remember the music box puzzle from the first game? Yeah, we're doing something a little different, but hey, we know it exists. That's my impression of the Blooper dev team. Let me know how accurate it was. Oh god. Streams look fine. Twitch is just tripping. Yeah, I've noticed that they've been having like, they've been having some problems recently. Which is always fun when you are also having your fair share of like technical difficulties, because then it's like, okay, well, is this a Twitch issue or is this a me issue? I need to finish looking in that other hallway because we can't get up the stairs. I mean, I can go up the stairs, but I don't think we'll be able to, like, you know, do anything. Stalwart to the end. Okay. Oh, it's part of a book puzzle. What a painting! Am I gonna need to know this for a puzzle later? Rob's second one, whose sword. Okay, yes I am. So let's do... I buried my notebook when I was cleaning earlier. Oopsies. Eagle. Lion. Man. Ox. Angel. Alright. Oh, hi, Fart. You wanna see a cat? There he is. Look at that boy. Hi, Farley. You got the happy tail going. Oh boy. Oopies. There we go. There we go. That's better. Sometimes we just gotta say hi to the fart. Boy. Mr. Fartley. Revelations. A new understanding. Have I picked up all four? No, I'm missing one more. Where's the final book? There it is. Pride before the fall. Okay, I did just kind of shove them wherever, but lion will go there. Eagle will go there. And then ox will go there. Right? That, or do you want them so that they're parallel to each other? So this way. I am confusion. Okay, well, so because the angel and the eagle were on the far side, it didn't matter that they were actually technically lower than the ox and the lion, and that's how that was oriented. What a room. I should probably save, huh? I mean, I wouldn't be mad about having, like, a secret bookcase. Or a bookcase that leads into, like, a secret room. I'd be here for it. I'd love it to, like, lead into, like, a little reading nook. Just a cozy little hole that I climb into and read a book in. Not the broken bulb. Okay, I didn't think that was one that I could break, but you know. Okay. Photo 2. Photo 3. Help. I don't remember what the code was from the original. That was me just being silly. Excuse me. Okay, well, it said 217, right? Which... can't actually get to at the moment. Sorry, I got confused with all these, like, red smudges were. And I think those are just, like, the erased exclamation points from before. Wow, it's so dark. Who's making noises over here? Fuck! I would love to not be in this corner. Great. You wanna pick that up? No? Okay. That's fine. Is there anything in here that I want? No. We get no thing. Anything in here? James, just open the goddamn drawer. We are looking directly at it. We are standing right in front of it. At this point, I usually just, like, smash the button repeatedly as I approach, just hoping that at least at some point the game will recognize that I have, in fact, interacted with it. It often works, but not every time. Like now. Please. Ugh. Excuse me? I'm sorry, are they getting back up in there? I don't think they should be allowed to do that. Okay, is there... Just supplies. I came in here just for supplies. Okay. That's fine, but like... I don't know, man. I just... There's just a lot to look at, and then there's a whole lot of nothing between all of that. Which just makes it a little frustrating to do anything, especially since half of these drawers don't actually have anything in them. That doesn't open. And it's like, I know that there's gonna be a lot of hotel is the other thing. And despite the fact that, like, we're near the end, still really aren't. And like, I know that a lot of the sour mood right now is due to the fact that Eddie fight just kind of ruined a lot of this for me. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all? Peel away the shiny skin, see the rotting flesh within. Oh no. Well... You know, this could have been worse. Oh, I'm missing a piece. Because of course I am. Okay, well... We've got all but one. So that's lovely. Oh, never mind. Found it. What a puzzle. Am I right? Just select it. I just put it down. Please select it. Did I do it? I assume I did it? Find the stuff puzzles is pretty much like all this game is done. I mean, again, to be fair, like the original definitely has its fair share of go find these things and then you can do the puzzle. But like okay. But they're like actively interesting. this has just, like, it's really just read as, like, fetch quest after fetch quest after fetch quest with, like, not much between it. Oh my god, no more of you! Whatever. I need to look at the rooms. At the far end of this hallway. Come here. And again, it just, like, it's made all the more tedious just from the fact that it's, like, I'm having to fight everything. Silent Hill flower deliveries, perfect flowers for perfect occasions. Our best sellers, lilies, chrysanthemums, hydrangeas, gardenias, gladioli, carnations, daffodils, hyacinths, violets, roses, orchids, and more. 20% off for wedding bouquets. Call us at 1207. Excuse me. You want a bouquet? Fuck off! That. Drink some more. Okay, what do we have? Just 210. Just the next door. What is this? Oh, great. Glad I took the time to look at that. Okay, what do you mean there's a vanity mirror in 205? Oh, right. That's the mirror that requires the light bulb. Okay. I guess I have the Snow White figure, so I can go put that in the music box? Can I go in here? I can. I've done that before. Do not necessarily need to do that now. Oh, when these all break. Oh, wait, no, I remember looking through that. Okay. Let's put the Snow White figure... there? Is that correct? Guess so. Oh, I guess I can't do any of those until I have all of them. Okay, then where do I go now? What other keys do I have? I have 312, which is not particularly helpful, because it's not going to let me get there yet. I can't go out that way, so where can I go? We did the mirror in 202. I can't get into the employee elevator section just yet. I am gonna see if I can get to the 3rd floor, because, like, that's the only other thing that I can think of, but, like... it might be that they just cordoned off the section where I can go for, the room that... Hold on. Okay, yeah, no, I can't go here. Got confused because I didn't recognize this for a second. Oh, I can go up here. Okay. Again, didn't think they were gonna let me get to the 3rd floor. But glad we came up here. We'll go to the conference room in a second. Finish looking through the hallway. See what's around. monsters. To be expected.
James!
Well, wifey is calling us. I'm sure she'll be fine. Please, pick up the ammo. You know what they kind of remind me of? I could be way off base because I haven't actually, like, played it. I've just, like, seen other people play it, and so this might just be, like, a weird association that has literally no basis. Mannequins kind of remind me of just, like, what is it? Condemned Criminal Origins or whatever the fuck? Do they have, mannequin enemies in that? Or am I just thinking of, like... I don't know. That's what it's been making me think of, though. Again, like I said, that's not a game that I've actually played. I've only ever watched people play it. I wasn't too impressed. Exit? Exit, you say? Where are we? Oh, hey! We're here now. Wings fluttering. Can I get the upstairs map again, just real quick? I know we need to go into the conference room. Was there anything else? There's nothing else that I can access up there at the moment. I mean, I could probably undo the padlock. Or maybe I can't undo the padlock, actually, as I think about it. I have bolt cutters. Oh, wait, I can undo the, what's it? The chain in the garden. That's what I can use that for. Here's a book. Where am I above? Where am I? Lakeshore Restaurant. Okay. Well, we can get that in a bit, I suppose. Who's around? Would you like to tell me? I don't see anybody in here. No. There's no one in here. They're probably on the other side of the wall. Nothing here. What's in here? Anything? Here's a health drink. That's fine. I'm cool with that. And does this give us like a shortcut? It does appear so. Cool. Okay, so let's go back upstairs. And actually go into the conference room now. I know we still need to go back down to the restaurant to get the book. Although, I don't know what we're supposed to do with that just yet. Note to staff, since it's taking you this long to get to the conference room, you might as well drop by room 107. I'm leaving you the key. One of the guests has made quite a mess. Okay, thanks. Oh boy. Wait, can I do anything with that? No? Is all that was up here was that key? Yeah, alright. Okay, let's go back down to the first floor. And let's go grab that book before I forget that it's there, because I will. Then I don't know, we might take another quick short break. So I can use the bathroom again. Always. And we will also restart the game again as well. Well, they've given me a can opener. Is what I'm gonna have to open just like a can of paint? And then I dunk the light bulb in it. I don't actually open a can of light bulbs. Yeah, let's do a quick save. And start the game hopefully. It's been about an hour. Usually, like I said, like or as we've seen, it's usually about like 2.5 hour mark that it starts tripping, but I'd rather stay on top of it, you know? So yeah, quick break. We'll be right back. Look, we got young dilfs. We got old dilfs. It's like that Lizzo song. I like big dilfs, itty bitty dilfs, Mississippi dilfs, inner city dilfs. We'll consider. But I hit the button. What is happening? Why are we breaking out from the entire? What is happening? Game. Where is he going? Yo, Sora. Hey, game. I can't. It's broken. It broke. No, please. We've been doing so well. Our game! Oh no! Our game! It's broken!
Where's she?
She's out front.
Oh my god, it was horrible! Oh no!
Did she get you?
Yeah.
Everyone.
What is happening?
Oh no!
I found a rat!
I see it. Oh wait, that's me!
Oh!
That's me! No! I can jump!
Oh my god!
Hello, I'm your rat friend.
That's a high
I
jump
also have a
for me.
flashlight. No, I don't. Never mind.
No, you do.
No, you just
I
emit
do.
light.
Can I see? Yeah, that rat got a flashlight.
I don't know how to put it on my head. It doesn't really fit. It's more of a is the thing. I exit. We'll just exit out. I mean, turn off my
Yeah.
two PS4s off. We turn them off, and then I forget where I've set them down. Despite just having it in my hand at this moment, where the fuck did I hide it? There it is. Oh no! We put it on last. I wonder. We can only have the one tattoo, can't we? Come back to a near perfect mom. I mean, obviously, those are the only options. Your big ol' monologue has fallen on deaf ears. We are leaving. Cool, give me my fucking option. Stop talking and let me choose. Oh my god, you have wasted 15 seconds of my life. I chose 2 minutes ago. Hi, I'm back, and I forgot to launch the game before swapping over. It's fine. We're launching it now. Feel like we could finish this. I just want to be done with this goddamn game. I just want to move on to better experiences. That's all. That's all I want. Bigger and better things, you know? I might have to take a break in like half hour, 45 minutes to heat up a little snacky snack. So I can take my meds though, just as a general heads up. Excuse me. I was gonna do it now, but I was like, it's a little too early. Okay, what are we doing? Going out to the garden. I know what's happening. I'm gonna go do that thing. Not the can opener. I do have another key. I said 107, right? I mean, I can double check, but... There's our light bulb! Large one of the West, tempted by the lure's appeal, failed to resist it. Rip fish. Okay, so... We have a light bulb! That can go on the vanity. But I assume we have to paint it red first. Right, 107. Okay. Let's go do that. Wanted to make sure my gun was reloaded. Try not to be, like, too trigger happy. But at the same time... Open up that drawer. They're gonna get back up, and I'm gonna be very unhappy about it when it occurs. Fuck off! Not a light bulb. Use 107, please. Oh boy, they sure did leave a mess. So rude. Okay. Yeah, drink a juice. Are we gonna find out that, like, the health drinks have actually been alcohol the entire time? Alright, what's this say? Note to staff, and while you're at it, be sure to sweep up the leaves out in the garden. Then you can get back to the fireplace. Oh yeah, there was a mention of like a fireplace needing cleaning. Hi, ma'am. It just felt good. I just needed to do it the once. That's all. I just needed to have a moment.
No.
I could hear her behind me, but I thought James was gonna be quick to pick up the item. That was a mistake on my part, assuming James would do something quickly. Is there anything back here? No. Okay. No. Okay, that's fine. Let's just swing and a miss. Oh, there's that finish 50 enemies off with a stomp achievement. Now it's just killing 75 enemies with a gun. Some form of ranged weapon. Easy peasy. It shall be done. Fireplace key. Okay, I was starting to wonder if we actually had to, like, do something with the fireplace. James, what? Why? What was that? Excuse me, sorry. I just coughed directly into the microphone. I was wondering if we still had to do anything with the fireplace, or if that was just, like, telling us where to go. Is there... It doesn't appear that there's anything else that we need out here. We have acquired what we needed. Well, the fireplace was in the conference room, right? Or am I making that up? Okay, I gotta start slowing down on using the pistol. I only have 100 bullets left. As if that's so few. No, I'm just worried about, how quickly I'm going through them is all. Hello, fart bubbler. That's delightful, spookies. Thanks! I've got two different colors in it right now, actually. My camera isn't really picking it up. We've got the blue, we've got the purple, which definitely comes out as fairly blue when you first do it. But thank you. I woke up this weekend, like on Saturday or whatever, and was like, I need to do my hair this weekend. It's gotta happen at some point, so we did it this morning. Which was great. I got to leave on the hair dye while I did all of the cleaning around the house, and by the time I was done, it had set, so I could go take a shower. Worked out very lovely. But yeah, how are you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in, pal. We need to go back upstairs. Like I said, I think the fireplace is in the conference room, but I could be wrong. I mean, we've already peeked around and didn't see shit. Oh, nope, there it is. Just very low. Love it when things time out themselves out. Right, though? Like, it was perfect. And, like, you know, I don't know, it was, like, a relatively deep cleaning today as well, so, like, by the time I was done, I was, like, sweaty and gross, and I was like, you know, a shower would be lovely. Which is perfect, because I have to wash my hair anyway. Pretty good, thanks. Paid a lot of sleep today. Oh, jeez. Well, we're happy to have you here. Oh!
God damn it.
Oh! Oh! Ma'am? Sir? Person. Creature. Can I run away? No. James, you have to pick up. Oh, it's getting shaky. Oh, and that was our 75th enemy with a ranged weapon. So that's convenient. Okay. Music you can stop instead. There you go. Jesus. So are we doing the floor lads instead of what's it? Abstract Daddies? Because that would make a little more sense, realistically. Excuse? We'll just come out here. Okay. Got the shaky stanky like this. So you know when you've worked out really hard, it's leg day and you've done like 60 squats and your knees are starting to be like, hey, maybe we be done now, and you're just kind of shaking around. That's what happened to him. Blood red paint. Is that what this is? It's not what that is. Sometimes you just get a little tired. And our frames are doing all sorts of wild things at the moment. Okay, where are we? Good deal. Okay. Before we go out there, let's go ahead and open that up. I am genuinely a little annoyed that we got rid of the light bulb. The can of light bulbs. Like, I think I'm probably, like, one of the only people who cares about that. But it was such a, like, weird thing that I think about it a lot. And I get excited every single time it comes up when I play this game. Well, when I play the original, that is. That to not have it is, like, genuinely sad. Okay, we need to go into the reading room to get where we need to go. And that'll be directly through these next doors. Which is also great because there is a save spot in here, and I would like to save. Since we have, done what I'm gonna consider a mini-boss. Did that actually save? Hold up. Yeah, okay. Considering all the things they did keep, it's a bit odd, yeah. I get streamlining it a little bit, because it was just like a weird, bizarro thing. But I liked it. It was just one of those, like, one of those quirks of Silent Hill, you know? Deed done. Okay. Is that the code? forgot to accept that. That's okay. Oh, well, did it there. Employee elevator? Delightful. Okay. I do have the Cinderella figure, so it's not that far of a trek back to it, so let's go ahead and put that there, just because we're passing by anyway, to an extent. Okay, and then employee elevator was on the 3rd floor, right? Or was it on this one? It was on this one. Okay, so let's go around the corner and get into that elevator. There we go. There we go. We are doing it. Right. Right. Oh, and I don't have my flashlight anymore. Cool! I forgot about this, and I don't like it. Let's go down to the 1st floor. Oh, I don't even have my maps. All seems a little bit rude. Want to read that? 7 golden rules of employees. Employees should report for duty on time. Employees should not be absent without valid reason. Employees should report for duty in well-pressed uniforms. Employees should not take off their uniforms while on duty. Employees should maintain a polite and helpful attitude towards the hotel guests. Employees should help maintain a positive public image of the hotel. Employees should immediately hand in any lost items. Hi, bud. I'm Johnny, one hot guy. Oh, well, there's my map. Okay. It is a little annoying that they have replaced the mannequins in this section with these big lads, but that should be... they should be... Excuse you? I was gonna say, they should be relatively easy to just navigate around, but, that may not be the case. Okay, where do I want to go? Away? Preferably? It's so dark. It was also dark and miserable in this section of the game in the original, but like, not quite as dark. Okay. Cool, ammo for a gun that I don't have at the moment. I just like... Hi, Barry! I just wish that, like... Isn't that the symbol that they use in, Hereditary? I just wish that, like, Blooper had made, like, these dark sections where you don't have a flashlight. Like, the whole very beginning of the game. Just slightly brighter. Either slightly brighter or give me a flashlight. I know that, like, in the original, this section, you didn't have a flashlight. I'm pretty sure you didn't have a flashlight, at least. But, like, it was dark enough that it was spooky, but not so dark that you couldn't see. And I just want to be able to, like, see and navigate, you know? That's mostly what I want. And I know that I can come back. Please. But it's also like I'm already here. I should just leave though. Just get out. But the question is, can I? You know? Because like sometimes they'll just be like, no, you live here now. But I need to get through the kitchen to get out of here. And I think that's the plan. I think the plan is to just leave and then come back. Which is really annoying. Because it's like, but I'm here. Hold on, I need to look at my map one more time. I need to go right until we get down to the... near the end. Okay. Right. Up. Down towards the end. Through here. Yeah, can't go in there. Cool. Cool. Alright, well. We've gotten through to an extent. Well, there's a line figure in here. Nope, just take it and go, James! Is this where I wanted to go? James? How the fuck do I leave? I just live here now. Okay. Okay. That's cool. Nothing works, it just won't wash off. Order new sheets. I don't know how many of these I need. is part of the issue. Because it looked like there were lots of divots. In the thing, in the gem box. Okay, let's try the pantry, and then the locker room's the only other... Oop. Well, at least we... Hey, remember the puzzle from the first game? Remember that? I remember. There's another one. Go ahead and open that up. Is this the pantry? No, this is the freezer room. We're just in the pantry. I don't necessarily want to go through that. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep opening this up just to be as obnoxious as possible. Hi, excuse. It's dark. Where is the door? Cool. Nope. Just keep moving, James. We just gotta keep moving. Did I do it? I can't tell which one's highlighted. I can now, but like... only just... 7417? Where... save. Okay. I don't want to be here anymore. It's bad in this place. Give me that key. I need that key. Okay. Okay, where do I take the key? Literally in the room, like, directly in front of here. Okay. Nope, use the key. Okay, you know what? Actually, having those guys instead of the mannequins, not the worst. Given that I can't do anything. Okay, can I get through? Do I go through that door next to maintenance, or do I go through the door near the boiler room into the kitchen? Well, this wasn't the way to go. Let's just go in here for a second. Go through. Valve, great. I don't know why I need that just yet, but at least we have it. And then... Oh, that's blocked as well. Okay, cool. So this brings us back to the whole concept of, you know, I'm trying to get out of the space, in order to get the things so that I can get my stuff back. So I can either take care of the enemies or just be able to navigate easily. Game says no. Game says no. That's not allowed. You're gonna deal with this. You're gonna be here. And you're not allowed to not engage in the game in the way we want you to. And by that I mean, we're gonna make it really miserable for you. Because you can't see anything. And you don't have any weapons. And that's cool and fun, right? We love that. Well, you said you didn't want combat. Yeah, but I would also like to be able to see. James, just turn the goddamn valve. Okay, can't open that. Wow, love this. It's so dark. Venus bar. Okay, is that... Get me the fuck out of here. Is this necessary? Better leave. Oh look, it's the jukebox that won't stop following us. I hope there weren't any fishies in there. It's really annoying because I do just want to look around for items while I'm in the room already, but I can't fucking see, and I need to get out of here so I can go get my shit back. And I don't have the map to the area, so best of luck to me if get back where I need to go. I think I know where I need to go. I think I remember where it is, but I also just have my things. Just let me see. That's the biggest complaint right now, right? It's just the fact that, like, it's so fucking dark. James, get your shit and let's get out of here. Was this necessary? Was a cutscene for this necessary? Oh my god, I can see again. Okay, I know we, like, just saved. But we're doing it again. Because I don't want to have to do any of that again. At all. It was not that difficult, but it was incredibly annoying. And it was so dark. It's true, you can't oversave. I just need to save all of the time. James. Why? Just why? I have so many questions. That? I don't understand. Oh. No, I don't understand. Like, I understand that the one on the bottom right has the two discs that may or may not line up. But this one just doesn't do anything? Okay, so there's another part that I can highlight. That's so annoying. I also need James to stop making, like, all of the worst possible noises in my ear. Okay, hold on. Wait. There we go. Okay. What began with 3, one would soon deplore, 7 kindly souls opened the door. What? Hold on. What began with 3, one would soon deplore. Do I turn that 7 times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Trading 1 for 2. Away she would roam, but the love of 5 would bring her back home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not by the 2, she would toil away, leaving 1 behind. She has found a way. 1. Okay. Well, we got the 3rd floor key. Is there anything else that I, like, need from the basement? Because if not, I'm not going back down there. Like, even with a flashlight and everything. I don't think there's anything. So let's go upstairs, I suppose. That's not the stairs. This isn't. This is where it is. I know what I'm doing. Reload. Reload. Weird that the music is as loud as it is up here, but hey. Oh god. It's open. Observation room. Staff only. I think that was in regards to the thermostat and not the room, but you know. Well, just got another golden achievement. Alright.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
Hey, there you are. Do you know where Mary is? Come on, talk to me.
Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar. That's a lie.
No. It's the truth.
She died because she was sick.
I killed her.
Killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. Mary, you know, isn't here. Mary?
James! Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please, come to me. Do you hear me? Please, why won't you come?
But where? Where are you?
You're so close now. Please, don't give up. Don't leave me out here, James! James!
Hi, Beer Seal. Oh. I would have said hello sooner, but cutscene. How's it going? How are you doing? We did have to add permitted phrase, I'm about to kill you, due to the James. I'm about to kill you now. James is a monster. This is known. Also, finally, some damn fucking settings. It's about time. But hi, how's it going? God, we're almost there. Thank goodness. No. Not that way? You want me to go in hole? I can go in hole. James, you have to go in hole. Okay. Am I just missing something? Oh, yeah, yes I am. The answer is yes. The answer is yes, I am missing a thing. I just need to go out into the hallway. Give me that. Yeah, the environments look cool. They'd look cooler if I could actually see them. But, you know, that's asking too much. But this is actually the last leg of the game. Assuming that Blooper hasn't added, like, an extra, like, an additional 2 hours of content for no reason. Which, you know, wouldn't necessarily put it past him. Wouldn't work for you. Why am I moving this? Are you hiding goodies from me over there? If you aren't, I will lose my shit. Not the bonus pyramid origin story, please. Get out of here with that nonsense. Oh, you know, wait. No, we would be doing that soon. Okay. I was gonna say, we didn't have the dual head fight. But I think that's after this? 'Cause it's not in the labyrinth, is it? There's no healing of thy bruise, thy wound is grievous. Because that's when it's like right before, the Mary fight, excuse me. Mary, Maria. I'm starting to understand why Troy Baker got confused. Okay. Why is there a question mark in that hallway? James. What am I missing? Wait. Okay. Yeah, this is... I have not been in here. Need that. We are doing pretty okay on health drinks. It's amazing what you can stockpile when you're not being forced to fight every single enemy in the world. Oh, I understand what I'm supposed to do. Okay. This is heavy. Hefty, hefty, hefty. It's not that deep of a hole. We're not that interested. We're a little interested. Where are we? Go in there. This does look more burnt than it does water damage. I'm noticing. Oh, but as I say that, I think I understand why. Never mind. I take it back. Kind of. Please open it up. It does make me a little nervous having this many health drinks just because I feel like we're, gonna kind of go through them. Wash yourselves. Make yourselves clean. Remove the evil of your deeds from sight. Here. Okay. Still. Hey. There, something you want me to do with these little symbols? What is that? That's Scorpio, right? Is that Aries? I should know that. I am an Aries. It's whatever. I don't care at the moment. I just want to get through. Just let me get through. Alright. Jesus, James. Either this building's gonna collapse or you're a hefty lad. Wasted good suffering.
Anything at all. I can't say if this newfound understanding, if there's any wisdom to be had in all that happened. I suppose that's for you to learn, and I hope you will.
What is that Hellraiser quote? Do not cry. The waste of good suffering. You're already past where Double Pyramid Head is supposed to be? Okay, that's a little disappointing. Honestly. I was kind of looking forward to that. Although, given how Eddie went, probably for the best. So it was in the labyrinth, right? No pyramid eggs! I don't get the pyramid head eggs now! Oh, it's like halfway through the hotel? Okay. Oh. It might still be coming. I was gonna say, because I feel like the cutscene that happens during that section is kind of important. You just don't want to believe there's another half of the hotel. Yeah, please, God, no. Anything but that. You know, it's always hard to tell what is an actual important cutscene and what is just them animating stuff to just be like, look, I animated it. I need you to run, bud. Walking. Running. Like, I know it's water, and I know it's hard to run through water, but I need you to hustle just a little bit. Fish! Oh, we didn't have the fish briefcase either. The stupid fish briefcase that I always get mad about. Because it doesn't make any sense. Really close to the end, trying to gauge her attack guy. Like, I think they're like just slightly before the Mary fight. Like, I think it's before like the long hallway. You know, that hallway. Yeah, I kind of remember things. The end of the original game is definitely like, I am familiar enough with it to like generally know how to get through it. I always get stuck on the fucking briefcase though. But like, it all just kind of blends together because at that point you've already played for like, you know, 6 hours or so. And it is all just sort of this like, I mean, the entirety of the game is just this bizarre sort of situation.
Mama? Mama! I was looking for you. You're the only one left. Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong? Wait. You're not my mama. It's you.
Sorry, Angela. I think you were right. What we're looking for, it's not here. Not anymore.
Thank you for helping me earlier. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James. Give me back the knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way. It doesn't change anything.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Not allowed to look. Ammonites? Thought he wasn't gonna lead her into the line. He waited so long. No, for real though. The delay on that. Yeah. Hello. Well, that felt a little not good. Somebody over there? Who's making those sounds? Oh wait, that's where I came from. Again, it's so fucking dark. Who's over here? Oh, it's just you. They're not really fighting back now, huh? I get it. 312 to be cleared out. No one's returning. Oh my god. Get out of here, Hoover. They're all sick. I have. Baby is broken. Fix baby with hammer. Alright, here we go. This is what we were looking for. point of no return. Let's go. Yeah.
James!
Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
Jesus, James? I think that's the most emotion we've gotten out of him this entire game.
I know what you are. I know why I needed you. But it's all over now. I don't need you anymore. I'm ready.
Popping in now because I know that we're just gonna jump right into the fight. Whoa. I don't know why you shot like that. Oh, he threw! Okay, let's get him out of the way first. Hey, James, I told you to switch your gun. Egg, 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 egg. My sons! God, they literally have nothing going on back there, huh? Like, flat as a goddamn board! Which is fine. It's okay if you have a flat ass. But, like, this boy deserves to be caked up. Alright, let's, reload our shit. Don't have a lot of bullets left, huh? Is that not... Okay. Is Maria gone? Okay. Egg. 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 Okay. I mean...
What do you want, James?
We're gonna listen.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already. Look at me. I'm disgusting. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already. I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. It'd be easier if they just killed me. But I guess the hospital's making a nice profit off of me. Why are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me.
Are you done? I was just about to start complaining about the whole, like, they didn't time all of that. Oh, same hat. Oh, hey, look, they're giving me lots of stuff. Yeah, there was going to be a moment of complaint there where I was like, if they did not time out the speech with the length of the hallway, I'm gonna be a little annoyed with it, but they did. So, you know. What's down, actually? Can I go down? I don't think so. Yeah, no, not really. Okay. Well, it seems like it's time. Are y'all ready for this? I've reloaded everything, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. You know, it feels good getting here because I know the end is near. I am curious as to which ending I've gotten. I did look up how many endings they have. They've got the 6 original endings, and then it sounds like they've got 2 additional ones that Blooper has decided to add. So that's cool.
Mary? I have missed you so much.
I've missed you too. We can finally be together. Forever.
No.
James. Honey. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I know you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone. I know that now.
Stop it.
And I can't just keep pretending.
Shut up! What do you want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her? I can give you what she never could. I can be better than her. What else do you want me to be? What else can I be?
I am so sorry, Maria. I really am. But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
No.
What?
I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you go. I can't!
Am I wrong in thinking that with the Maria ending, Maria like looks like Maria but was dressed like Mary? Oh, excuse? She did not like that one bit. Oops, what are we doing? James? Okay. Where'd she go? In water. And she looks like her, right? Oh, fuck! Okay, heal. I mean, I might take a peek at the OG ending. I need you to reload, James. Oh, God. Stop, you dumb cunt! That goes to both of them! Heal, James! Oh, God! Why did I swap over? It doesn't matter. maybe it kind of matters. Oh god. Oh great! Another arena where I can't fucking see. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Eel. James, why did you stop? What am I supposed to do? If you come down here? You wanna come down? Maria? James, I'm gonna need you to dodge when I ask you to dodge, buddy. Fucking man. I'm gonna need you to hit the thing when I ask you to hit it as well, James. Heal! This fucking man. Oh my god. Ring. Cool, love a useless dog. Heal.
handsome.
Sorry.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah. You did. But that's not why I did it. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
If that's true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary.
It's okay, James. Here.
What is this?
It's what you've been looking for. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you to come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know, I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry. When I first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it. I was so angry. I struck out at everyone I loved. Especially you. That's why I understand if you hate me. But I want you to know, I will always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
So we got the Leave ending. Which, frankly, I'm surprised about. Considering that we were hurt for the majority of the game. And, Jesus. That's still very loud. That's slightly better. Yeah, so... Turns out if you don't think about getting a specific ending, you still get Leave! Yeah. I mean, like, but we checked on Maria in the hospital, we listened to the speech in the hallway, and we, like I said, like, I thought we were hurt for most of the game, but I guess none of that matters. Oh boy, where to start? Can I go ahead and skip this? Okay. Yeah, 1 of 8 endings. We got the Leave ending. It took us 15. Almost took us 16 hours to beat this. Oh. Yeah, 16 hours. Checked my map 710 times. Thanks for telling me that. Yeah, like double the first playthrough of the original. Isn't that cool? My favorite weapon was a steel pipe. Alright. I've gained New Game Plus! Wonderful! I am gonna... Oh, God. I hate that I'm gonna do it, but I am gonna play through... again, to try and get the other endings. I don't know that I will do it all 8 times. Would like to at least try to get the new ones on my own. But, yeah. Can't say I was a fan. Let's start with the good things. Okay. Let's start there. And let's actually hop on over here so we can all talk about this. Good things. Game looks great. Visually very, I mean, it's good. It's what you expect nowadays though, is for your game to look good. Soundtrack is amazing. Voice actors did a lovely job. Not entirely a fan of the direction that some of them went with. Hold on. Turn that back up. Not necessarily a fan of the direction that they went with some of the deliveries, but that's more, I'm sure, an issue of the director and not necessarily the voice actors themselves. Voice actors did a lovely job. Most of the boss fights, were actually improved upon. Sans Eddie, obviously. And honestly, not a huge fan of how the Mary Maria fight went. It was not as bad as Eddie. But especially considering how good the other fights were, it felt pretty mid. And also she was just so fast. But it wasn't on the same level of frustration and annoyance and just actual bad design as the Eddie fight. The Eddie fight was miserable. I know it only took us like the 3 attempts. But like that was horrible. I'm sorry, you can't make a fight where you can't see the enemy. And where like I couldn't see him up until he was like right on top of me. You do fight Maria dressed as Mary for the Leave ending in OG2. Okay. The Leave ending, honestly, like, for full transparency, Leave ending is the one that I'm, like, probably, like, the least familiar with. Because usually when I do my playthrough, I tend to get, Maria or in water. And so, like, Leave is the one that I, like, tend to not get at all. But, like, with the OG, I feel like it's easier to get one of the other endings. I know that, like, Leave is, like, pretty standard, especially for, like, first-time playthroughs. And I think I just, like, tend to dedicate myself to, like, looking at the knife or looking at Mary's photo, and or checking in on Maria or running into her all the time, like, when I do my, playthroughs nowadays. So I'm not particularly familiar with Leave. You know. Eddie should probably not be able to shoot you from 3 times as far as you can see. Facts. Agreed. Yeah, you kind of need to know what to mess with to not get Leave for the original, which makes sense. Like I said, like, Leave I think is, like, pretty common to get for, like, your first playthrough. I'm pretty sure that's what I got my first playthrough. I can't confirm that because that was literal years ago. But, like, since then, I tend to get, like, Maria or in water. So, yeah. I'm trying to think of what other good things there were. And the fact that I am struggling to think of anything else is not a great sign. The first Let's Play you watched got in water. That's your main memory. Valid. Bad things. Things that I did not like about the game. God, where to start? Maria. Maria was a fucking freak. I know she's, like, sus in the original, and she is a little, like, sketchy. But this Maria was just so in your face about everything. That it just, like, it just did not feel like there was any subtlety there at all. And I feel like that could be said about a lot of the game. I'm still, even with having played through all of it, I am still struggling a little bit to figure out if my feeling like there was no subtlety, it comes from the fact that, like, I kind of knew what was going on. Like, even with this being a remake and me never having played the remake before, fairly familiar with the original game, know what's gonna happen, know what, like, the general beats were. And so, like, I am struggling a little bit with that, just to determine, like, oh, is, like, am I feeling this way because I'm familiar with the material, and so, like, I can pick up on some of that stuff, or is it because Blooper did what Blooper does in their previous games, and they sort of just hit you over the head with everything to be like, hey, this is what's happening, as opposed to assuming that their audience are not toddlers. What the fuck was James getting all weird about the drink about? Oh, I don't know. I thought that they were gonna, like, I thought they, like, first the, like, she gets really weird in the cell, like, after she dies the first time. Yes. Yes, she gets real fucking weird at that point, but everything is so weird and bizarre that you kind of just, like, it's not that you accept it, but it's just that it's like, okay, no, like, everything's sort of fucked. What is happening right now? But, like, she's been, like, a weirdo from the get-go. From, like, the time that she was, like, pestering him about, like, well, you did love her, didn't you? Didn't you? To, like, just being more than just a flirt in Heaven's Night. That was bizarre. And yeah, that weird, like, scene where she's, like, offering him a drink, and he, like, gets all shaky hand and wide-eyed about it, and it's like, no, like, are we like, I thought they were gonna do more with that, which I would have hated. I don't like the idea of, like, trying to use alcoholism for James to make him sympathetic, in any way, shape, or form. Even if it was, like, used as an excuse for what he did, or, like, used as a crutch after he killed Mary to be like, oh, he's going through so much or whatever. I don't care. Either way, it was going to be a weird thing. But the fact that they included that and then never followed up on it, maybe that's a thing in one of the added endings. I don't fucking know, but it was weird. And, like, the fact that it was put in there and then not brought up again is even more strange. And anyone who's familiar with with the original game, I keep calling it the first game, which is, like, not, y'all know what I mean when I say that, but with the original, like, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there was any implication of him being a drunk or having any issues with alcohol at all. But if somebody out there, like, knows and can tell me that I'm wrong, like, please do. But, like, I never got that read in the many playthroughs that I've done. So that was weird. Bad things, direction. Like I said, like, earlier, like, some of the changes that they've done to the script were just unnecessary. And it's, like, it's not to say, like, oh, you can't change anything with it. It's just, like, some of the changes they made just made it more clunky and made it more unclear about what's going on. The main one that I can point out is the one that we talked about yesterday with Angela post Abstract Daddy. I've kind of, like, discussed that a little more in detail with, like, a couple of people at this point. But, like, the exclusion of, like, the physical abuse that she went through with her dad, and just the focus on, like, the like, sexual assault that she dealt with, just feels very bizarre, and it was a choice. And it was also just the fact that they made that so front and center. It was weird. And, like, there's a lot of, like, what they've done with the game where they've added all this unnecessary padding to, like, make the runtime longer. They did that with the script as well in places, and it's like, for both cases, both with dialogue and with the actual gameplay itself, it's like this extra stuff that they've added doesn't add anything to the characters. It doesn't explore anything new for them. It doesn't explore or elaborate or add anything to the setting or the plot or anything like that. It's literally just there to pad out the playtime. And it's, I know I keep, like, harping on that, but it's just the fact that, like, the first game was already fairly long. For a horror game, like, an 8 to 10 hour game is long. So to add, like, 3 or 4 hours on top of that is just so unnecessary. I don't understand. I'm sure there's more that I could complain about. I'm sure there's more that I could praise. I do appreciate the fact that they did change the basement stuff to have enemies that are a little easier to dodge. I mean, not that in the original they were that hard to, like, navigate around, because in the original they weren't. But for the purposes of this game, the fact that they changed it to a slower enemy, because they knew that their other enemies were so... That's another thing. Fucking combat. Could continue to complain about that for a while, but I don't want to. Y'all have already heard me whine about that for the last 3-4 streams that we've done prior to this one. I appreciate the fact that, like, in the basement of the hotel that they, like, did add a slower enemy, because otherwise I would have fucking died. But, like, bro, this was... Now that I have played through it, and I've actually finished it, I am very curious to go and read or hear other people's opinion on it. Specifically like people who have a high opinion of this game, because I want to understand what they see. I want to understand what they like about it, because I am not seeing that. And I just want to understand why they think it's good. This wasn't as horrible as I thought it could have been. Not as, like, bad as I thought it would be. It's not, because I went into this, like, being hopeful and, like, hoping that it would be good and that they would have done a good job. But I also went into it with, like, realistic expectations. Again, given Blooper Team's track record, it was one of those, like, it could go really great. It could also go really bad. This kind of lands somewhere in the middle there for me. It's not the worst video game in the world. Played some real trash games. It's not even, like, the worst, like, remake of the game. I know, like, the remastered version of this game is technically a remaster, but with as much of the code as they were missing, we could almost consider it a remake in some regards. That's probably, in some ways, worse than this. Yeah, this didn't do it for me. And I'm upset about it. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. No, but, like, genuinely, like, I think I'm just disappointed more than anything. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, this is the worst game ever, or anything like that. It's just, like, I had kind of hoped that it would be more than this. I think my hope for it to be good and for Blooper to do a better job did outweigh, like, my expectation that this was going to be a bad game. And it's just disappointing that it didn't quite hit the mark for me. With that being said, I am still excited at the prospect of Silent Hill Forte. And I think that's the only Silent Hill project that's been announced in the last couple of years that I'm looking forward to. I think everything else I'm kind of like, yeah, whatever. Don't think I care that much, actually, for any of the other ones. I don't know. Yeah. This just wasn't it for me. If other people have played it and they liked it, good. I'm glad that you liked it. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. This was just definitely not what I had hoped for. Yeah, doesn't necessarily leave me particularly hopeful for future Silent Hill projects, but we'll see. Listen, I'm here for the franchise, for the most part. And I am a sucker, and I will purchase most of the games that continue to come out under the Silent Hill name, just so I can see what it is, because I want it to be good. I want them to succeed, and I want them to, like, make new, good Silent Hills. It's just, that's not been the case for a long time. But it is what it is. It's okay, because you know what? I'm also a Resident Evil fan, and we have been eating. We have been feasting the last, what, 6, 7 years? When the fuck did 7 come out? Way longer than that. Regardless, like, we've been doing so good with Resident Evil. Yeah, I don't know. There are other horror games coming out, and there will continue to be new and better horror games that come out. But that is Silent Hill 2 Remake, finished, done, complete, we finished it. As discussed before, I will try to get through as many of the endings as I possibly can on my own time, not on stream, because I can't do this again. I can't do this again. Oh god, don't make me do this again. But I will probably stream them, like, in Discord, just so that somebody else can sit there with me and suffer with me. Please, dear god, I need company while I just die inside. No, that's way more dramatic than it actually is, but, yeah, no, just having other people there to, like, talk to about it. And again, like, it's not just like oh, I just want to have people there to be, like, have a bitch session about it. It's like, no, like, if there is something that you see, or that, like, you are like, no, actually, this is a good game, I'm here to, like, hear it. Like, I want to know why. Why do you like this? And not in the, you know, snide, why do you like that? Just, like, genuinely, like, why? I need you to explain to me, so that I can understand. It's the autistic why of please diagram in full detail as to why this is a thing that you enjoy. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out what to play next. Next game I know for sure comes out is, Prim. Prim comes out this month on the 24th? Is that correct? Yes, on the 24th. I know that the Lake House DLC for Alan Wake is supposed to come out sometime this month, but there has not been an official date released just yet. They just said sometime in October, so we'll see if that happens. And then the next one for sure is going to be Slitterhead, which comes out on November 8th. It is it's from Toyama? Is that his name? Shinichi Toyama? Shinichi Toyama. Hey, I remember shit. Pretty sure. Hold on. Pulling up a bunch of weird shit now. Anyway, it's the guy who, like, originally made Silent Hill. Kayshurrr. Sorry. Kayshurrr Toyama. Yeah, he is working with a team to make a new game called Slitterhead, and I'm very excited about that because it seems more actiony, but it's got, like, from what I heard, it's got some similar mechanics to what, like, Siren had, and, like, it just looks rad, basically, and I'm stoked about it. I liked Siren. I liked Silent Hill. Let's get to it. But yeah, we'll figure out what to do between now and either Alan Wake or Prim. Might do, like, Excavation of Hobbs Barrow. That's one that I've been wanting to check out for a while, and we might as well do it next. But for now, we're gonna head out. Reminder, there probably won't be a stream tomorrow. Oh, geez. Sorry, I'm looking at these achievements, and apparently only 2% of players have gotten the leave ending. Only 3.3% of players have fought Mary. Okay. Again, assuming that most of that is just due to the fact that, like, the game's been out less than a week. God, I'm hoping that's the case. Okay. Let's do a raid. Are y'all ready for a raid? Let's do a raid. It's time for a raid. We're gonna go say hi to Noginata. It looks like Nogi is playing some Final Fantasy. Which is, you know, definitely a change of pace from what we've just done, but we're here for it. Yeah, probably no stream tomorrow. So we'll probably see you Wednesday. But I'll keep everyone posted on what's going on. Yeah. I'm just at this point I'm just like I don't know what's going on. I don't know what I'm doing. It's fine. But yeah, everybody take care of your dang selves. I appreciate all y'all for sticking around while we made it through this game. Oh boy, it sure was a video game. Until next time though, we'll see y'all later.